Cherokee County School Board of Trustees. I ask that we please stand and recite the pledge, followed by invocation by Trustee DJ McBee. Attention, salute, pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, let us pray. Dear Heavenly Father, I just thank you for an opportunity, Lord, to come before you tonight. Just thank you for all the many blessings you give us. Thank you for each and every family here tonight. Thank you for every student, every staff, all the members of our county. Lord, just let us make decisions that benefit everyone. And we just thank you for the opportunity that you're a living God. We just appreciate all you're doing in our area. We love you and thank you. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Amen. You may be seated. Next item on the agenda is approval of board agenda. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Motion, Ms. Shackelford.
Second.
Second, Mr. Greer. All those in favor? That is unanimous. Next item, approval of board members. Asking for a motion to approve board meeting minutes dated April the 20th, 2026, public hearing.
Make a motion we approve April 20th, 26th, public hearing board minutes.
Ms. Baumann.
Second.
Second, Mr. Greer. All those in favor? That is unanimous. Motion to approve April 20, 2026 minutes for the regularly scheduled board meeting.
I'll make a motion to approve the April 20, 2026 regular scheduled board meeting.
Motion, Mr. Cash.
Second.
Second, Ms. Shackelford. All those in favor? That is unanimous. Finally, a motion to approve the April 20, 2026 budget workshop meeting minutes.
I'll make the motion again to approve the April 20, 2026 budget workshop meeting minutes.
Motion, Mr. Cash.
Second.
Second, Ms. Shackelford. All those in favor? That's unanimous. We're down to honors, accomplishments, and commendations. Dr. Fitzpatrick. And I think Mr. Surratt, Trustee Surratt, is going to assist with the first half of these accommodations.
It's a great looking group in here tonight, I tell you that. That's great looking.
Great, yes.
Well, if this crowd is any indication, we have quite a few things to celebrate from March and April, and it is so exciting because there are so many students and teachers and staff members and coaches that we are looking forward to honoring tonight. And we are going to start with our Special Olympics Award winners. The first is our Elementary Athlete of the Year, Cameron Wright from Limestone Central Elementary School.
Come on, Cameron, way to go.
Very good. And we will have everybody line up around here, and we will take all the pictures at one time. All right, next we have our Middle School Athlete of the Year, Mr. Ja'Cory Bates from Gaffney Middle School.
Congratulations, Ja'Cory.
Our High School Athlete of the Year is Jamil Gregory from Gaffney High School.
This is Jamil.
Good job, Jamil. Good job. The Cameron Brooks Coach of the Year Award goes to Coach Dave Reams from Gaffney High School. And finally, the Spirit Award goes to Elementary School. Woo.
parents stand or raise your hand because some of you standing. As a student, they'll just recognize so we can see you.
Next up, from Luther Vaughn Elementary School, they have been awarded the South Carolina Department of Education Unified Champion Award. Congratulations, Limestone. Luther Vaughn Elementary. And look at him too. There you go. Congratulations. Next up, we have Corinth Elementary School, who earned South Carolina of Education's Palmetto Gold Award. Woo! All right, next up, we have the BD Lee Bees and their team, which is made up of Chloe Marquin, Cadence Langford, Caden Scott, Trey McGill, Makai Jeffries, Paitlin Jeffries, and coaches Amber Mooney and Sharon Hill. They will be going to their, not first, not second, not third, but fourth International Odyssey of the Mind Championship this summer after being state champions of South Carolina.
Congratulations.
National champion.
That's right, they're coming. Fourth feet.
We want to say thank you to the board, to the district, superintendent. Thank you, thank you. We couldn't go without you. But next week, Tuesday.
We're gonna bring on it.
Bring it home!
All the parents stand and raise your hand if you recognize these students, so we can recognize the parents.
Thank you very much.
Oh, that's so sweet.
Congratulations.
Good job, y'all.
Absolutely.
Great job, guys. Great job. Great job.
We will now recognize our First Tee winners for the First Tee Cherokee County Elementary Challenge. In first place, we have the Grassy Pond Elementary School Gators. If y'all just stay up there and we'll get the rest of them. Next, we have second place with Northwest Elementary School Bobcats. Good job, you guys. Come on in. Good work. Come right over here. And in third place, we have the Blacksburg Elementary School Ball. Okay, everybody look at the camera. I'm gonna duck.
Me too.
When the parents of these students stand or raise your hand so we can recognize you.
Way to go.
Great job, man.
That way, or this way. So next we have scores on the SC Ready. So we will start with Riley Cloninger, who scored a perfect score in math from Blacksburg Elementary School. Riley, come on down. Next we have Fisk, who scored a perfect score in ELA from Limestone Central Elementary.
That is a wonderful accomplishment.
We will get the next one. Next we have Nathan Martin, who scored a perfect score in math from Northwest Elementary. Good job. And finally we have Addison Lowe, who made a perfect score in math from Blacksburg Middle School.
Wow.
Will the parents of these students stand or raise your hands so we can celebrate you?
Wonderful accomplishments, guys. Wonderful.
Good job, you guys.
Good job. Oh, shit, we got a picture left in there.
These days, I'm not gonna take it up.
Take it again. Good job, Nathan. Way to go. Good job. Our district spelling bee winner is Miss Elena Porter from Blacksburg Middle School. Good job, Elena.
Have your parents stand or parents stand.
Every year before the Arts Expo, we have a contest for our cover art designer. And this year we had Rue Silliman, who was our cover designer winner from Blacksburg Middle School. There you go. And then your art is right here. The runner-up was Madison Wilson from Ewing Middle School. And the honorable mention is Randall Peer of Gaffney Middle School. Next are our South Carolina Junior Scholars. So I'm going to say all of them school by school. So from Blacksburg Middle School, we have Henry Fulton. From Ewing Middle School, we have Ava Galloway, Avery Hill, Lacey McFarland, Stony Side, Julius West. And from Gaffney, we have Cade Campbell, Williams Gaines, Darzell Jeffries, Emmanuel McGill, Paisley Moss, Logan Owens, Parker Wallace, and Naria Wiggleton. Woo. I'm sorry. That's fine. Do you name it? Just combine everybody.
Great job. Great
job,
job, some
y'all.
of the junior scholars that you fill up the whole front row.
Absolutely.
Parents, will you please stand or raise your hand to be recognized?
recognize our Scholar Academy graduates. I'm gonna let everybody get out of the room.
That really is, yes. That perfect school, the AC really is too.
Our Scholar Academy graduates are Courtney Caraway, Claire Nora McWhitney Hobbs, Carly Hutchins, Jonathan Morales Osario, Avery Sisk, Becca Smoke, Reuben Harding, and Addison Ferguson. Congratulations, graduates. Just hold that one.
Will the parents of these students stand and raise your hand to be recognized?
Good job. Way to go, guys. Good job. We will now recognize Cherokee Early College graduates, Yasmin Archie, Soraya Davis, Isaiah Gregory, Maggie Hallman, Penny Mullinax, Neely Schaefer, and Daytona Shepherd.
Will the parents of these students stand or raise your hand? You guys have your associate's degree already, right? So you have an associate's degree even before you graduated from high school. Great job.
Wonderful
Good job.
accomplishment.
Way to
This
work.
is wonderful. So very proud of you.
Yay, Maggie.
SCC is next. You ain't Ursula in a minute. That's all right.
One of our Gaffney High School graduates is also graduating with an SEC Associate's degree, and that is Miss Logan Elizabeth Sumner.
Congratulations, Logan.
Parents stand to be recognized, raise your hand.
Okay, we're gonna go backwards just for a second. Madison Wilson, the runner-up for the Arts Expo cover design winner from Ewing Middle School, is here, and she's gonna come down and get her award. They're gonna grab it for you. That was Can we get your picture?
Hold your arms up, Madison. So it'll be in the picture.
It's okay. Listen,
Perfect.
there's a lot of stuff.
Parents, stand up, raise your hand to be recognized.
Good job, Madison. We will now recognize our boys and girls Palmetto State attendees. First, from Blacksburg High School, we have Will Duncan. He may be on his way in. It's kind of a traffic jam. And from Gaffney High School, we have Lauren Mathis, Jamelith Morales Osario, Tamaya Mobley, Taylor Wood, Charlotte Peeler, Clancy Shackelford, Trenton Blanton, Trevor Blanton, Carson Brown, Nick Clary, Grant Gardner, Jonah McSwain, Brody Price, Daria Patel, and Trevor Smith. Congratulations, Palmetto State boys and girls.
Wow.
Smile at him. Hang on just a second. You can kind of go next to Clancy. And they're going to get the boys. Yeah, if you guys want to scooch. Boys, keep them coming.
The girls can stand in front of the boys and then make 2 rows. Yeah, get in front of, the ladies get in front of the
Y'all
gentlemen.
gonna make 2 rows so we get one picture. You don't mind, do you?
When your mama tell you make 2 rows. Yeah, that's nice.
Will all our parents stand or raise your hand if you understand?
You stand up.
Good job, everybody.
Absolutely. Congratulations.
You're going to have the best week. It's going to be so fun. Jack loved it. Good job.
Grant Gardner, good job. Jonah, Brody, do that. Good job, baby.
Congratulations,
Daria.
sweetheart. Congratulations. So
Trevor.
proud of you.
Proud of you.
We will now have our athletic recognitions. First, from Blacksburg High School, we have Trayvon Clark. Trayvon was recognized by the SCFCA as an all-state running back for the 2025 football season. The junior running back defensive end amassed more than 1,300 rushing this year and 9 touchdowns. He also recorded 38 tackles with 11 tackles for loss. The Blacksburg High School football program is extremely proud of Trayvon and his accomplishments. Congratulations.
All right, parents here, stand to be recognized, raise your hand.
Congratulations.
Next up, we have Essence Rogers. Essence Rogers is an integral part of the Ladies Wildcat basketball program on and off the court. As a freshman and a 2-time All-State player, she has shown outstanding leadership, dedication, and work ethic while always putting the team first. Along with her success on the court, Essence has also excelled in the classroom, maintaining an impressive 4.4 GPA and representing her school with pride, discipline, and character. She is a true example of what it means to be a student athlete. Congratulations.
Parents, stand, raise your hand, recognize.
Next up, we have 2. They are Ms. Taylor Tesnier and Courtney Caraway. The BHS softball program would like to congratulate 2 seniors, Taylor Tesnier and Courtney Caraway, on outstanding high school softball careers at Blacksburg High School. Their hard work, determination, and love for the game have not only made a lasting impact on our softball program, but have also earned them tremendous honors of being selected to play in the North-South All-Star Game. Taylor and Courtney joined Caleb Butler as the only players in BHS softball history to be selected to play in the North-South All-Star Game. In addition to being chosen to participate in the North-South All-Star Game, that's really hard to say, Both Taylor and Courtney were also chosen by the SCCAWS as Class 2A All-State selections. Taylor was also voted Region 1A-2A Player of the Year by the region coaches. This recognition is a testament of their talent, dedication, and leadership, both on and off the field. Representing Blacksburg High School and our community among the state's best is no small achievement, and it speaks volumes about the athletes and the character of these young ladies. We are excited to see what the future holds for Taylor and Courtney, as both players have signed to continue their playing careers at Gaston College and Milligan University, respectively. We are confident that their passion and work ethic will carry them to even greater success. Congratulations.
Wonderful job.
Stand to raise your hand, be recognized.
Congratulations.
Next we have Mr. Toby Elliott. Congratulations to Coach Toby Elliott on being selected as a coach for the 1A, 2A, 5A North team for the North-South All-Star Game. Coach Elliott has been a teacher and coach for 34 years, 11 of which he was the head softball coach at Blacksburg High School. This season, he guided the Lady Wildcats softball program to a 12-4 overall record, 6-2 in region, which is the highest in program history. Through his guidance, the team advanced to the district championship, its second appearance in 3 seasons. The past 2 seasons, Coach Elliott has had 2 players selected as All-State and 4 players chosen for the North-South game, the most in program history. Congratulations, Coach Elliott.
Way to go, Coach Elliott.
Who's here representing Cherokee?
Next, we will recognize the Gaffney High School Strength Team, Division II 5A State Champions. The Gaffney High School Strength Team was declared the winner of the Division II 5A State Championship on March 21st at the South Carolina State Strength Meet at Lexington High School. At the previous region strength meet in Spartanburg High on February 25th, 55 competitors from GHS participated as members of the GHS Strength Program, and of those, 11 student athletes qualified for the state strength meet. 10 of those young men, led by coaches Tony Smith, Kevin Phillips, Matthew McMahon, and Andrew Hinchleff, secured the state championship title and brought it home to CCSD. Each of these 10 young men performed exceptionally well at the state strength meet. Every athlete achieved a new personal record which showcased their individual strength, discipline, and endurance through a series of multiple lifts. Several of the athletes earned titles as individual winners. Nolan Riddlesberger and Kendaris Bailey were awarded first place wins in the varsity 205-pound class and 220-pound class respectively. Another varsity win saw Darius Littlejohn awarded the 5th place title in the 260-pound class. GHS's junior varsity athletes also had outstanding showings with 2 third-place wins, the first by Douglas Dawkins in the 140-pound class, and later Karen Good in the 190-pound class. Though not every qualifier walked away with a distinct state title, each athlete's devoted participation regimen, pledge to his teammates, and persevering spirit combined as one to earn the team's state championship title. We have Nolan Riddlesberger, first place 205 varsity, Kendaris Bailey, first place 220 varsity, Douglas Dawkins, Karen Good, Darius Littlejohn, Sydney Lattimore, Rashad Fitzpatrick, Daniel Ochoa, Quintus Hines, Ty McGill, and coaches Tony Smith, Kevin Phillips, Andrew Hinchleff, and Matthew McMahon. Congratulations, team.
Wow.
Good job. because we are on next. Liam Price and Kinsley Montgomery performed at the Junior Bassmasters Open on Santee Cooper Lake and secured their... I'm sorry, I didn't mean to.
Will the parents of the weightlifting team stand and raise your hand?
Sorry, I didn't mean to jump the gun on that. Next up, we have our fishing team. Liam Price and Kinsley Montgomery are joined by Coach Kevin Phillips because their performance at the Junior Bassmasters Open on Santee Cooper Lake secured their qualification for the 2026 Bassmaster Junior and High School National Championships on Kentucky Lake in July. And we wish them the best of luck and can't wait to celebrate their win when they come back. Congratulations.
Parents of our future national champions.
Next, we have our winner of the Elbert K. Fretwell Outstanding Educator Award, Miss April Barnhill from Draytonville Elementary School. You can totally have that spot.
Good evening. Thank you for letting me be here this evening. I'm Maggie McMahon, the Director of Council Operations for the Palmetto Council. Every year, we have the honor of presenting 15 Elbert K. Fretwell Award winners across the 16 school districts that we serve. This evening, we are here to honor Miss April Barnhill, who was nominated by one of her students at Draytonville, Miss Cora Golden. I don't know if you know Cora, but she nominated you. And she couldn't be here tonight because Monday is when Cub Scouts meet. So they are actively doing their award ceremony right now. But this award is in honor of our second Chief Scout Executive, Dr. Fretwell, who believed that extracurricular activities were a firm thing for students to be involved in and would help them succeed academically as well. And so when a student submits a nomination, they have to tell us all the ways that who they're submitting is a trustworthy, loyal, helpful, friendly, courteous, kind, obedient, cheerful, thrifty, brave, clean, and reverent. They are. And Cora said that you are all those things because you are one of the best teachers at Draytonville Elementary School, and she's really happy to have been a part of what you're doing in the classroom. So thank you for being here tonight, and congratulations on your award. Wow. And I also have this for you.
Very nice. Congratulations, Ms. Barnhill. Thank you.
You please stand, family members.
We have one more athletic award, and that is for the GHS golf team and Daniel Price, who is named an All-State golfer this year.
All right, Daniel.
Parents and family stand to be recognized.
The Crystal Apple Award winner for administrators for the month of March is Coach Philip McMahon. Coach McHam, I'm sorry. It's been a very long time. Sorry. It's really been tough up here. Coach McHam is the athletic director at Blacksburg High School, and in this role, he has done outstanding work for our student athletes and the Blacksburg High School and Middle School coaching staffs. Coach Mackham goes out of his way to make certain that student athletes are on track academically and athletically, and he builds strong relationships among his coaches, athletes, and community supporters. He is eager to see students and coaches honored for their exceptional work, so it is an honor for us tonight to pay him that same courtesy and recognize him with this award. Congratulations, Coach Philip Mackham.
Everybody here, any family members here? There you go.
The Crystal Apple Award winner for certified staff members for the month of March is Dr. Tracy Dill. Dr. Dill is the theater teacher at Gaffney High School, and this year also served as the director of CCSD's first district-wide elementary school musical, Seussical. Dr. Dill had 2 nominations, and of her outstanding work, her colleagues shared this. Tracy Dill is a dedicated and inspiring educator who creates meaningful opportunities for students, staff, and the community to engage in the performing arts. Her tireless efforts have made theater a unifying force in our district, fostering creativity, collaboration, and joy for people of all ages and backgrounds. She is very deserving of this recognition because she consistently goes above and beyond for all her students. She dedicates significant time and efforts to organizing class performances, with students participating daily during class and continuing rehearsals after school. Dr. Dill also plays an important role in supporting GHS homecoming activities by planning student and staff performances. Her commitment, passion, and high expectations help students grow in confidence and skill, resulting in outstanding performances that positively impact our school and community. Dr. Dill's dedication to her students and their success make her truly deserving of this award. Congratulations, Dr. Tracy Dill.
Family, anyone here?
My spawn.
All right.
Our Crystal Apple substitute winner is Miss Jessica Keener Blanton. She was not able to be here tonight because graduation practices got rescheduled, but I will read her thing out and we will get her award to her. So the Crystal substitute for the month of March is Jessica Keener Blanton. Miss Blanton serves as a substitute at Blacksburg Middle School, and she also received 2 nominations. The teachers at BMS are grateful for this extraordinary work that she does in their school, sharing that Miss Blanton consistently goes above and beyond to ensure students remain on track when she is in the classroom. She willingly teaches lessons, reviews material, and works with small groups to support students who may be struggling. Her organizational skills are exceptional, and she consistently upholds all classroom rules and procedures. She is a dependable and valuable presence in the learning environment. Miss Blanton is more than a substitute. She prepares for her day like a classroom teacher. She shares information with her coordinating teacher upon their return. She also communicates while teachers are out of the building with questions about plans that have been left. Blacksburg Middle School is so grateful for her presence in the classroom when teachers have to be out of the building. She cares for our students exactly the way teachers themselves do. Miss Blanton was not able to join us, but we are thrilled to recognize her and make sure that she receives her Crystal Apple. CCSD's Crystal Apple Award winner for classified staff members for the month of March is Miss Ree Ballou. Miss Ballou is the Parent and Family Engagement Coordinator for Blacksburg Middle School, and the teachers, students, and staff there are so appreciative of her dedicated work. Miss Ballou truly sets the standard by building strong partnerships between school and families and community members. Through clear communication, inclusive events, and compassionate support, Miss Ballou ensures families feel valued, connected, and actively engaged in every student's success every day. Congratulations, Miss Ree Ballou.
Anyone here with Miss Blue's family? Raise your hand.
CCSD's Crystal Apple Award winner for administrators received 4 nominations for the month of April, and we know that her school is excited to see her take home this award. Miss Anita Manus is the interim principal at Luther Vaughn Elementary School, and the students, teachers, and staff love her dearly. Her nomination shared the following. Miss Manus came to our school as an interim principal right before Christmas break. She worked diligently to gain the trust, commitment, and faith of the entire staff. It was evident that she understood her assignment and was here to help our students, staff, and parents. Her professionalism, high academic expectations for students and teachers, her kindness, and her empathy will always be cherished. Ms. Manus has been an exceptional interim principal who listens thoughtfully, remains fair and unbiased, and prioritizes student well-being. She consistently checks in on students who need extra support, creating a caring and balanced school environment where students and staff feel heard, respected, and valued. She is definitely deserving of this award. She has truly made a difference and a huge impact at the Lion's Den. And because of you, we can all roar louder now. Congratulations, Ms. Anita Manus.
Thank you, Ms. Manus. Thank you, Ms. Manus. Thank you.
The Crystal Apple Award winner for certified staff members for the month of April is Ms. Naomi Degwa. Ms. Degwa is an English teacher at Copeland Learning Academy, and she is one of CCSD's stellar international teachers as well. Ms. Degwa embodies the Crystal Apple spirit. She greets each day with a smile, builds strong relationships with students and parents, and meets learners where they are academically. As a new international teacher, she goes above and beyond by supporting fellow teachers with transportation, housing, and genuine care for others. She has a strong growth mindset and reaches out to find the best resources to meet her students' needs. She instills a love for learning and success in her students because she is an impeccable role model for achievement. Congratulations, Ms. Naomi Degwa.
Will the family stand and be recognized?
CCSD's Crystal Apple Award for Substitutes for the month of April is Ms. Amy Quinn. Ms. Quinn serves as a substitute at Grassy Pond Elementary, and they all appreciate everything she does for her students and staff. Amy Quinn is truly deserving of the Crystal Apple Award. She arrives each day with a smile and a readiness to serve, and she is fully committed to ensuring lesson plans are followed. Students remain engaged, and meaningful learning takes place. Whether stepping into long-term assignments or providing day-to-day coverage, Ms. Quinn brings consistency, professionalism, and heart into her work in the classroom. Her natural ability to teach and connect with students makes her an invaluable asset to our school community. She is an incredible substitute, and we are thankful for the time she gives to our school. Congratulations, Ms. Amy Quinn. Our final Crystal Apple winner this evening, maybe the last, but she is certainly not the least. The Crystal Apple Award winner for classified staff members for the month of April is Ms. Tammy Horn from the district office. Ms. Horn is the face people see when they come to the district office, and she works her hardest to ensure that everyone has all they need while they are here. She is the friendly face of CCSD. Ms. Horn also serves as the bookkeeper for the Human Resources Department, and she keeps everyone's budget on track. Ms. Horn is worthy of this award for so many reasons that go beyond the work that she does. She is dedicated to her team and to serving the students of Cherokee County School District. She cares deeply for her colleagues and loves each CCSD learner like her own. We are blessed to have her as a colleague and love her so much. Congratulations, Ms. Tammy Horn.
Congratulations, Ms. Horn.
And that's the last one I got.
That was great.
That was wonderful. Are there any comments from any of the board members? I think we try to give them out as they was leaving the front of the room, but are there any additional comments? All right. Well, congratulations to all our awardees. I love it when the room is full like this and has this type of energy. Great things happening here at Cherokee County School District. We will move on then to item number 6 on our agenda, School Board Policy BEDH, Public Participation, and I think we have one tonight, Ms. Karmitsky. And Ms. Karmitsky, she sits in on every single board meeting, so I know she knows the rules and all that, so we will, whenever you're ready to proceed, go right ahead.
Before I start, can I just say, follow this, and to see the graduates walk through today, it's what it's all about. It's absolutely what it's all about. So I want to thank you for your commitment. I know that your job is often thankless, and It's a tough one, especially at a time like this when you're working at a end of a fiscal year and beginning of a new, and the time and dedication that you put into this does not go unnoticed. Because it wears me out coming once a month. I can't imagine what it does for you guys. But I do want to share some thoughts. At the last board meeting, I was unable to attend, but I did watch it after parent-teacher conferences. I went home. And during that time, I had some thoughts about particularly the part about the budget. There were some positions requested. I don't know if they're in the first reading tonight, but even if they're not, I researched it, so I will share. Starting with the finance position that was requested, it was evidence given that $300,000 had been sent back. I know that may be surprising to some people. I have friends who work in finance and with Title I, and I had heard in the past that this is something that happens, unfortunately, all too often. And I thought it would be a good position, so I posed the question to people across the state of South Carolina that I'm familiar with. And unequivocally, they actually surprised me by saying it probably would not be a good investment, that the investment would be better spent in making sure that the employees in those roles knew what those roles were and were effectively trained, especially when it deals with Title I and grants. So I guess my thought is, do we want to create the position, or do we want to look at maybe spending that money in other places that would help our employees currently there benefit from it? The second thing is the Director of Community and Employee Relations, Liaison Ombudsman. I thought that was a good idea when I first heard it, but it was presented as a neutral third party, and I have to be honest with you, the supporting evidence for that would be a third party to address the concerns from employees and the community, and it would also remove some of the burden from HR and special services or student services. And I just want to say, as an employee, I'm probably not going to consider that a neutral party if it's funded by the district and by taxpayer money. I'm not going to see it as a neutral party any more than I would see HR. I'd probably be more likely to go to HR just because they're trained for employee relations. In thinking about that in terms of community, and it looks like I got a lot of pages, but I just can't see, it's large font. As far as the community is concerned, I agree that there is a lack of trust, and we need to work on that. But I'm not sure that spending taxpayer money to fund that position would be the answer. I think the answer is much like what people like me do in our classrooms. You build that trust, that relationship, and you are fair and consistent and transparent in what you're doing. I think that is what is going to build the trust. And I may be wrong about this, but I'm suspect to believe that a lot of the complaints that come in start at the building level. And if anyone would ever like to talk to me, I have some ideas of how we can work on that to improve those relationships and improve the consistency, the fairness, and the transparency to prevent them from ever getting to that point. And then there's one other area that I want to touch on, and it is the academic coaches. I want to thank you. You saw it important enough to put a coach in every school. I wasn't sure about that at the beginning. Our coaches at Gaffney Middle have been phenomenal. And I do think that it helped, especially with newer teachers and international teachers, and it helped lead us into our PLCs as we got into that this year pretty heavily. And I'm going to read what I wrote because I don't want to mess this up because I feel it's that important. Here's the problem. The problem I have with that is schools having more than one coach to support trained professional adults while students sit in front of a teacher on a screen from another state, not familiar with our standards, while being monitored by a low-paid TA is just not acceptable. There are important positions and there are essential positions. And I cannot see a scenario where we would have certified individuals working in non-essential roles while class sizes increase and students are in rooms without a physical teacher present because we can't find the staff. We actually have the staff, they're just working in other positions. And I would love to see us be able to have all of those positions, but I just think we need to focus on the classroom being filled first when we have certified staff. I know it was hard for me when I had to move this year. Moving into that math position, especially at the last minute, was a difficult one, but it was what was best for the students at that time. But it left the position that I had that was never filled this year. Let me correct that, for a brief time, we had someone in that position. So those students went without a science teacher all year. So I would like to see us work toward that as we're looking at the end of this year and the beginning of new year and what we could do. So I thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Clemente. Thank you so very much. And I'm sorry, we did have one more. I'm sorry.
Hey,
Get that email.
how y'all doing tonight?
Doing well.
Those were a lot of awards.
It was, but great, wasn't it?
It was. It's good to see that and recognize that. And I appreciate y'all taking the time to do that. That's wonderful. So I wanted to remind you about in January, I believe it was the underperforming schools. The principals had come and y'all had asked them some questions. They'd kind of presented some information about where they were, what kind of progress they were making. And the board had asked the question, what's working and what can we do to help support you? And what those principals said was, I believe it was more roaming tutors. Was that correct? Yeah, the principals, there were 3 of them here, and when you asked what was working to help get those test scores up and to improve their schools, I believe it was roaming tutors they said that they needed more of. And so in the budget, I didn't see anything for that, and I was wondering if you've allocated anything to help them for what they requested with for next year.
Thank you so very much.
And then another question, some up here. Online, the minutes and the agendas are not being posted for me to see them online. I don't know who I can talk to about fixing that.
I can show you, I can reach out to you tomorrow and show you where
Okay.
they are. Yep.
That'd be great.
Okay.
Cool. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. We thank both of the persons that spoke tonight, and we just want you to know that we hear you, and someone would definitely get back in touch with you on the comments that you made. At this time, we'll move on to item number 7, the City of Gaffney Community Center update.
Good evening. My name is Kelly Curtis. I work for the City of Gaffney, but I also serve on the Community Center Committee that's been developed to look into the possibilities of creating this. On behalf of that committee, as well as the City of Gaffney, I'm here to express gratitude for the decision that you made to gift that to the city. We had an opportunity last week, as a matter of fact, to take some of the city council members on a tour of Mary Bramlett, and they left just as excited as we were when we had the opportunity to tour it. The possibilities that's gonna come for Cherokee County, not just the City of Gaffney, but Cherokee County as a whole, our children, our seniors, and everyone in between, because of this opportunity, is going to be magnificent. And it's all being possible because of your generosity and your foresight as we've worked to try to figure out how to solve some of the issues that we have within Cherokee County to make it a better place to work, live, and play. So from the bottoms of our hearts, I just wanted to come and say thank you so much. We are working hard. We expect the City Council to hopefully vote at the City Council meeting on June, I believe it's June 4th, 1st of June, maybe not 4th. Anyway, so we're looking for a positive vote on that. We're also working very closely, hand in hand, with the City of Gaffney on that, or not City of Gaffney, I'm sorry, Cherokee County. It's been a long day, guys. But we really do. It is going to be phenomenal, and we're working on how we're going to fund it through grant opportunities and things like that, so it does not increase the burden on our taxpayers. That's not the goal behind this. Is to ease the burdens that so many of our citizens in Cherokee County have, and so to make it a better life for everyone. So I just am here to say thank you, and I will be happy to answer any questions that you might have. Okay, hearing none.
All right.
Thank you so much. We
You're
appreciate
welcome.
it.
Thank you. Moving on to item number 8, action items. Dr. Fitzpatrick?
Okay. Action item A, Ms. Chair, is to approve the general fund budget first reading. So Mr. Pettit will do that first reading of the budget at this time.
Good afternoon, good evening really, to the board. We're going to go over our first reading of the final budget for fiscal year 27's general fund. I just want to notify first reading. The goal of this first reading is to provide the latest information as we have it available on our projected figures, and then for the board to deliberate on any changes that we need to require to implement into the final reading in June 8th. A couple of the challenges going into this budget season was the salaries of this budget has been quite a challenge. We have kind of dug in with a consultant and with Infinite Visions, our software provider, and we've kind of discovered that the salary side of our system was not implemented correctly. How each position was set up, basically implemented in a way that projects future positions and the budgets associated with those positions has been a challenge. We just discovered in the past few days that vacant positions that are open going into fiscal 27 that are already filled as of July 1, we're just waiting on that date, or they're going to be filled this summer, the fringe was not being calculated for those positions. So we manually calculated the fringe for all vacant positions to ensure that you have the most accurate information. Also, from the budget workshop to now, we had to add in the substitute teacher budget, which is $1.2 million. You'll see that line item now that you didn't see last week on the document sent your way. So 2 items have adjusted that deficit, and those are basically just miscalculated by the system, the fringe of the vacant positions and the substitute teachers not having that budget, but now it exists in the line items of that budget. So that's kind of some of the background going into what you're going to see this evening before we discuss. So the fiscal year 27 general fund budget, so you'll see our total revenue. This is forecasted revenue based off of trend data. We use trend analysis for the ad valorem taxes, the fee in lieu. We basically stayed in line on the delinquent collections. They've been about $2 million for the past 4 or 5 years, so we feel pretty confident on that number. The rest of the numbers from the state are given to us directly by the state, so none of those numbers are made up by us. The only one that can fluctuate year over year is the motor carrier insurance. That number is an average of the last 3 years, projecting forward into fiscal year 27. So pretty much every other item in the state revenue is given to us based on the proposed budget at the House of the State Senate and legislator. Other sources, we do have a proposed EIA fund transfer. That's also State House budget numbers that we pull directly from the State Department of Ed's website. That gives us a total projected revenue collections for fiscal year 27 of $105,442,569. Any questions on any of these revenue line items? Okay. So the scenarios we're presenting to you tonight primarily deal with the salary side of this budget. So scenario 1, which is the recommended course of action by the administration, it's the one highlighted in the top right of the slide. 3% salary raise across the board for all employees. Now, this does include a step increase for teachers as well, which averages out to about 4% for teachers, but all other employees and all employees will at least get a 3% or more salary raise when you account for that step increase for teachers. Scenario 2 would be to give a 3% salary raise for all employees, except that principals and assistant principals would receive 4%. As you can see in red, that would actually increase the budget $36,000 based on how many assistant principals there are in the district. Scenario 3 is 3% raise for all employees, except that directors and above will only receive 2% raise. That would actually provide savings in the budget of $15,000 and decrease the total budget that we're presenting into these slides by $15,000. So based on these scenarios, you can see what it would decrease the total amount or increase the total amount. And the actual numbers you're seeing are scenario 1. So all the numbers you'll see in the slides and what the package you've been given are scenario 1 provided numbers.
Mr. Pettit,
Yes.
Quick question, and this might be a question for Dr. Fitzpatrick, but tell me why scenario 1 is recommended over scenario 2.
Scenario 1 is recommended over scenario 2 based off of fairness to all employees.
But aren't assistant principals already behind if you look at the salary scale in terms, I mean, I know they work the 10 extra days, but I think that was to just keep them ahead of what we tried to do, right? Like last year, in parity.
Yeah, yes. So essentially, if you compare salaries to just neighboring districts,
Okay.
across the board we're behind, essentially.
Yep.
So that's why we kind of maintain 3% all across. That way that we're not valuing one position that may be behind another district over another district. Now, if it's the board's directive that they want to
to put that AP and principal salary up another %. That's why we have it ready to deliberate.
Yeah, I was just under the impression that APs and principals were more behind than other positions in the district. I thought we were in line in most categories except for APs and the principal scale.
At administration, overall, we're behind surrounding districts. But when you look particularly at APs and principals, we are further behind than we are with teacher salaries.
Right.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes. Any other questions on the scenarios? Okay.
One more. We did talk about doing a salary study at one time. Is that still in the future?
Yes, we are actually in the beginning process of developing the scope with our consultant to do that this fall into next spring.
And that may address the scenario 2, if we're that.
Correct. It would address all salary schedules, but specifically scenario 2 as well. Yep.
That work is currently being done, and Dr. Smith sent out information for administrators to fill out so that the consultant has those numbers to work with.
When did you say projected to be completed?
Early preliminary is, the hope is early fall. It could be late winter. Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're waiting on the surveys to come back.
We're getting a consultant to do the salary?
We're getting a consultant, yeah. Any other questions?
And that is a continuation of the consultant
Right.
that we've had. So it's not a new consultant. It's a continuation of Dr. Bain's work. Yes, and so this is the next step in what she's doing.
Okay.
And so Dr. Smith sent a survey out, and so we're getting that information back in from our administrators, and once we get it all back in, she can go on, move on to the next step.
All right, thank you, sir.
So what positions are being added to this budget? You see the bolded positions are up for deliberation. That's a decision point by the board tonight. They can be removed from the line items of this budget in the final reading in June 8th. But the others, we didn't receive any feedback on. So the non-bold, the 1 media assistant at BD Lee, 2 drama teachers, 1 at Blacksburg Middle and 1 at Ewing Middle, 1 art teacher at Blacksburg Primary, 1 music teacher at Blacksburg Primary, 1 4th grade teacher at Draytonville Elementary, 1 academic interventionist at Luther Vaughn Elementary, 1 discipline secretary at Gaffney High, and a one-on-one teacher visually impaired in the student services department. Those are the ones that we had not received any feedback on, and then the ones we did receive feedback on up for deliberation is the compliance coordinator, director of community and employee relations, and the director of finance.
Why was those 3, the maintenance position was the one that was pulled from the 4? Why those 3 stayed and the maintenance one was pulled? What was the reasoning behind that?
So we have an upcoming energy performance contract that'll be a multi-year engagement with Schneider Electric. Capital funds allow for a temporary position to be added, basically a project management type position to work with the architect and engineer of those projects to alleviate some of the burden on the maintenance director. So we felt that that position could provide the assistance that the maintenance foreman would in the general fund budget.
Without impacting the general fund.
Yep.
All right. Thank you.
Yep. So now to discuss those 3 positions, I represented the, I guess, projected salary of that position and then the total cost, which includes salary and fringe. Now going into the next slide here, that kind of shows you where we're at. These numbers that you have in front of you include scenario 1's 3% across the board and those 3 positions. Those 3 positions encompass $422,000 of the general fund. So if we cut all 3 positions, then that total salaries and associated expenditures would go down to $91,820,000. So it would reduce the salary and associated expenses by $422,000 if all positions were cut. Now each position, as shown in the previous slide, that's the impact to the budget if it was either cut from the budget, because that number does show them included. Is there any discussions on these roles?
What is the major difference, like the director of finance? Like a lot of those in the job description would be pretty much following some of the things that we hired you for. So what's the differences here?
So there is specific items that would not be something that I was specifically hired for. Some of the items that I provided in the justification, and I kind of wanted to relay what was discussed earlier. That is actually 100% correct. The best bang for your buck is training your staff or elevating positions. The finance department decreased their budget overall by $200,000 going into fiscal year 27 to allow for 2 positions to be escalated with higher qualified roles. The goal is to train those roles and to alleviate some of the burden on the accounting side of finance. There's kind of been a overload capacity on the accounting side of finance rather than the operational side where you're processing payroll and accounts payable. So we are in the process of doing that. We're going to send specific personnel to South Carolina Association of School Business Officials certification courses so that they all get certified by the state. We're actually getting the State Department of Ed to assist us in training on federal and state grants to assist in spending all the funds that were allocated each year in our grants. So all those are getting the ground running for increasing the efficiency in the finance department. But this role specifically, I think one of the biggest things is the operational level management of our grants and federal programs. We have over 80 different grants and special revenue funds that we have to pay attention to, apply budgets to, maintain the budget, maintain all the fund managers for those to ensure those funds are getting spent. And that is a heavy burden when you add that on to the regular accounting duties and the reporting requirements we already have to do at the state. Another key to that role, the Director of Finance, is implementing a district finance training program. My analysis when I came in was that there actually was no structured finance training program across the district. Now, this isn't just finance training for my staff. This is finance training to new principals or existing principals, training to bookkeepers. All of this feeds the wheel of finance in a school district or any government. And if you don't have proper training, you're going to be struggling with reacting later and fixing accounting errors rather than getting proactive on the front end and doing the processes right from start to finish. So that's in the process of getting done. However, being hampered by the level of staffing we are now is causing this to be put far behind. So I have to kick some of these cans down the road and focus on the priorities in the department and for the district. So one of the priorities of this position was to direct operations, stay on top of the special revenue funds that are expansive, alleviate some of the burden of the reporting requirements. I mean, there is, in the last 10 years, the amount of reporting requirements through Government Association Standards Board and just to the State Department of Ed has grown extensively, but our staff has remained the same for almost 20 years. So it's been a challenge to absorb that workload and that capacity while still ensuring efficiency, while still making sure there's a training program in place. So there's really a lot of avenues here where, yes, there's a lot of my job that has to maintain and be done regardless, and it will be. But the Director of Finance basically gives you 2 eyes on. The biggest comparison I can give it is when I was in the military, you have a commander who sets the priorities and the strategic vision of your company, and you have your executive officer who executes the initiatives, the strategies, and the operations of the commander's initiatives. In a finance department, if one person is both the strategic vision, the training executor, the implementer of any innovative efforts or softwares, while also maintaining all the extensive reporting requirements, it becomes cumbersome and challenging. So no, will not getting this role cause the finance department to fail? No, it hasn't had this role in the past. We will move forward. It will hinder our ability to add new innovative efforts, increase our software capability, our reporting requirements, and decrease that workload so that we can focus on training at the end user level. So it's kind of my spiel, just to kind of relay, but I understand completely the concerns of the role.
But Dr. Fitzpatrick, he prioritized these 3 positions.
He did, and that
so
priority
he
is
felt
on the
like
slide.
this was the order that we definitely need. So he felt like the compliance coordinator was our most need at this time. And then our director of community and employee relations, and then finally the director of finance. So why do you feel like it would be best to wait and get all that training that you have coming and put in place to see if we would still need this position, or you feel like we need to go forward with it right now?
It would be beneficial to get all the pieces in place, but I think going forward with the escalator roles and the training initiatives in the next year would also help. Either way, we're going to move forward and be better next year.
Okay.
One more question. You had said, if I'm not mistaken, that this role you felt like could pay for itself.
It could pay for itself.
There was some avenues that, with grants and different things, that it would free up, that you felt like it could be a benefit.
Yeah, along with that money that we're sending back in unexpended funds, we're also having issues where we're transferring ineligible expenses from federal grants, state grants, and that's a hit to the general fund. So while, yes, unspent funds don't hit the general fund, that's just money you leave on the table. Money that was spent that you were expecting to be covered under a grant that you can't claim, that also is a hit to the general fund. So that's where I said it would pay for itself, because if you were able to get on top of that, you wouldn't be transferring $100,000, $150,000 at the end of the year, because the grants were ineligible for those expenses. You'd have somebody on top of that grant to specifically direct those expenses and claims. So, yeah. Yeah. Any other questions on the rolls?
Because we know to look for that this time, is it safe to say that we won't be sending that much money back with or without this position this year?
For fiscal year 26, I can't guarantee that, but we have a strategy going into fiscal year 27's grants that are awarded, so that is reduced significantly. We were kind of late to the game to dive into some of that stuff in the spring when the funding period's already close to the end of spend. So, yeah.
Ms. Westmoreland, did you want to talk about your position?
I'd be happy to. We can think back to last year when you guys allowed us to hire a special education director in the Office of Student Services, which was much appreciated. But in order to do that, we removed a coordinator role. This is an effort to bring that coordinator's role back. We have the support systems in place to be able to help our classroom teachers, our general education and our special education teachers with the coordinator role for better instruction in the classroom for special education students that are within the general education classroom to help support that co-teaching model and help reduce our schools that are identified through ATSE. This also, you know there's an uptick in legal issues in special education, keeping those eyes, multiple eyes on IEPs for compliance, making sure that what's in IEP is actually in place in the classroom. So that means staff has to be in those classrooms monitoring and supervising alongside with the assistant principals and the principals in the building.
All right. Thank you so very much. Dr. Fitzpatrick, do you want to talk about your role?
Sure. One of the things that's important for every school, every principal, every teacher, is to have support. And the position of Director of Community and Employee Relations provides support that directly benefits the school, directly benefits teachers, and takes pressure off so that they can walk into the classroom and teach and make sure that our students are successful. When I think about the ombudsman part of this and working with our community, our parents, anyone that has a concern, to resolve that concern at the level where it began, someone who can sit down with the principal and the parent or the community member when it can't be resolved at the school. And someone who, because this was part of my role in Greenville County School District when I was assistant super over there, but just working with principals, coaching principals. This role gives principals an opportunity, someone to bounce ideas off, someone who can coach them that is not their direct supervisor. And principals always were very appreciative of it. Our parents and family members were glad that their issues or concerns were resolved and weren't just hanging out there. You know, give an example, 2 people spoke tonight. With this particular position, before tomorrow afternoon, the ombudsman has called them, talked with them, worked through their concerns. And so, you know, just building those relations, building that trust, being transparent. On the employee side, with employee relations, and of course, a district our size doesn't have someone solely dedicated to an employee relations, but they can do the same that the ombudsman does for parents and community members. And I've talked to staff members, I've looked over information just coming in where we had situations that led to litigation that were major issues that if an employee relations person had been in place would have resolved those issues before it got to the point of a grievance, before it got to the point of a lawsuit, so that those employees and their supervisors had someone to sit down, work out concerns, and to resolve issues. And so many times we think about what we do here at the district office, large part of my day, large part of Ms. Duckett's day, Ms. Westmoreland's day, Dr. Smith's day, we're dealing with these sort of issues, and we definitely can do it, that's our job. But in order to have someone to resolve issues, to make sure that it's resolved to the point that the person with the concern is satisfied, gives us opportunities to focus on the alignment that we put in place to impact student achievement. Every single position in the district office we've looked at, we've aligned to impact the classroom, to impact schools, principals, and teachers. And so if we can focus on that part, and the Director of Community and Employee Relations can focus on resolving issues, it makes us better. This is a systematic approach to provide support and to help our district become better.
Thank you so very much.
You're welcome.
So that position would need to be somebody that has had administration experience.
Yes, it would. I think even in most places, there's someone who has had administrative experience at a district level or at least at a high school principal level.
So going back to the projected total salaries and associated expenses, if there's no other questions on the specific positions being deliberated this evening, salaries overall, 59.824 million. Our temporary salaries, which is our substitute teachers, that's 1.2 million. The budget this year is kind of right in line with what it was projected to be, so we're rounding up to an even 1.2 million to cover inflation. Athletic supplements, 1.132 million. You see that increase, that variance. That actually, there was an approved budget for athletic supplements last year. The reason it's so low is because the actual budget in the software was not input. So when I was early on budgeting, I kind of wanted to show the board visually that this is what I was working with in regards to trying to make sure that we account for expenditures. So that number, the 2526, is what our software, our accounting software, had as the athletic budget, although there was over $1 million approved last year for athletic supplements. So that's kind of the challenges. I wanted you to visualize some of those challenges. Along with that, you see other supplements. This is any stipends or supplements for special programs or incentives. There was no budget at all in the general fund for that in our accounting software. So I'm ensuring that we account for that in this year's budget so that we actually can have expenses going against the budget and not a negative balance running year over year. The health insurance, retirement, Social Security, all those 200 objects you see, that's our fringe. So as you see, there's large variances, and most of those variances are attributed to the system not properly encumbering fringe for every position. Early on when I got here, we found that we were not running the function in the software that automatically encumbers, which means allocates what the remaining year's expenditures of fringe will be. And we started doing that, which has been giving us a more clear picture on what fringe is needed year end. So yes, there's a lot of shuffling going on right there, but we manually checked all salary line items to ensure that the rates that we pay per fringe item is properly accounted for in the budget going into next year. We really are hoping for a clean fiscal year in fiscal year 27 for salary and fringe. So that's kind of my overview of each of those line items. Is there any questions on salary and fringe?
I have a question.
Okay.
Mr. Pettit, how sure are you that we have everything allocated for right now as far as every cell, every line?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I understand in what you
Yes.
walked into.
Yes.
But I also we got to get this budget right.
My certainty increases daily, and I could say with 98% certainty, unless there's a random supplement or stipend that somebody's going to throw at me in the next week,
Yeah.
that these numbers are accounted for accurately, and that if there is salaries, stipend, supplements, or substitutes, that I have actually ran manual calculations of fringe so that the fringe side of that salary is properly budgeted for.
You
So
ran it?
I would say 98% certainty.
You ran it though yourself?
I
You
ran
did
these
it?
numbers myself, combed through them line by line and ran the manual calculation. Now, the software is designed so that it assists you in calculating a budget.
Right.
But our setup was so convoluted that fringes weren't being properly accounted for, positions weren't tying to the right salary schedules. So I have actually gone in and one by one, all 1,200 employees I have manually calculated, their salary increase and the fringe associated.
Okay.
That's kind of what I've been working on since the budget workshop, so.
And that's why you see his car here at 10 o'clock at night sometimes.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know what his car looks like, but I'll be paying attention.
Just not do a director of finance, just give you a raise, save some money.
He's only one person.
But can I make a comment? Everything that Mr. Pettit is doing, one of the things that I asked Mr. Pettit, our district staff, is no surprises. I don't want any
Right.
surprises.
Right.
The board don't want any surprises.
Right.
And I know
Correct.
that just when looking at information, reviewing board meetings and that sort of thing before I arrived, I know at one point there was like a $1.2 million
Right.
surprise.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And I said,
Yeah.
whatever you do, we cannot do that.
Right.
And so that's why
Right.
he's making sure, that's why he's going through doing it manually, because we do not want to give you guys any surprises. No matter what the numbers
We don't
look
want
like,
any.
that's what they are. But we don't want to surprise you.
But now, how tight is this budget? Is there still room for any positions that we may see come of a need as the school year, progresses, or as we enter into the school year? I saw what you said about the new positions created, but what if we need something different that's not on this list? We do have that flexibility, right?
I think the board always has the flexibility to reassess, especially after the first pay period in July. That's when I'll really have 100% certainty, is that July 15th. Everything's loaded, all salaries and fringes encumbered. But there's always flexibility if there's needed positions to add it in after the fact, as long as it's board approved. And we just take it from fund balance and make sure it's a recurring line item in the future year. So there's always that flexibility in the fall.
Mr. Pettit, before we move on, and I don't see it here because it's for this fiscal year, but will you talk about the delinquent tax
Variant.
issue
Yeah.
that we have this year, and why we might have some wiggle room?
Yeah, so let me kind of walk you through what I'm talking about here. So in your packet, you can probably see it better than these tiny letters or tiny numbers. But the finance report will be able to better explain it. We actually forecasted $2 million in delinquent tax. That is in line with the actuals. 24, 25 actuals were 2.6. The year before that it was about 1.8. Year before that 1.9. So we've been around that 2 million mark annually. This year we had quite a event, an outlier, if you will. It gave us a bit of a reset. I know we projected to hit the fund balance, $3.5 million to balance the budget last year, but we had a Duke Energy delinquent tax to the amount of $7.8 million that we collected this year. That basically threw all the ad valorem taxes and the delinquent taxes backwards. We essentially refunded a portion of that to Duke, and they paid a higher settlement amount from a lawsuit, which means we gained close to $2 million in fund balance just from that one event. That gives us flexibility in the fund balance, and that's something I was going to cover kind of in a later slide, but we can kind of jump to it because we're already close to that. So this slide right here, estimating the end of year fund balance. So it is difficult to estimate fund balance before year end because fund balance takes into account all special revenue funds and where they sit at year end. If there's a special revenue fund, federal, state grant, local initiative, or local grant, we have to make sure those budgets aren't negative at year end. So if they are negative, there's only one spot that it can be rolled to balance it out to zero, and that's the general fund. So it is very difficult outside of full year-end closing process that really ends probably the end of July to know exactly where the fund balance is going to be. But we've kind of given you that low end and high end. So this is your low end scenario of where fund balance will be, $26.7 million to start fiscal year 27. That's our low end estimates. Now it could go as high as close to $30 million in available fund balance, but I wanted you to have and see the most conservative approach to where fund balance will be on July 1. And that's why, if we go back to where we're recommending, that $4.45 million you see on this slide, we're recommending utilizing all fund balance. Now, that is a large deficit, it really is. But we're recommending, because the flexibility that was given to us by that delinquent tax collection, to get us to a reassessment year, see where the new value of a mill lands, and then the board can make a decision next year if they want to execute 201.8 mills where we're at right now. Do we have the flexibility to decrease it because our value of a mill went up enough? Or, okay, we only need 1 or 2 more mills to balance this budget. Let's do that. But that's a decision for post-reassessment. So we're really just kind of kicking a decision point down the road because we rely, and all state government entities rely, on the reassessment to kind of get your property taxes, especially school districts and counties. So that's why our recommendation is to absorb all of the deficit in the fund balance this 1 year with a plan to balance the budget after reassessment next year. Our board policy states 2 months minimum fund balance with a goal of 3. On our most conservative case, if we supplement our fund balance 4.45 million, we'll be at 22 million in fund balance at the end of fiscal year 27. That is still $4 million, and that's half. So you're basically at 2.5 months of fund balance by the end of fiscal year 27 based on the conservative projections. Kind of expanding upon that, where can we recover funds, if you will? I mean, it's not true recovery, but where can you claw some of that back? So enrollment increases are the most obvious answer. If enrollment goes up, all of our state allocations go up by a delta to what their funding formula is. Another way, reduction in expenditures. You'll see in the finance report after this discussion that we're kind of coming in under our projections on supply and services budget. Our operating budget is coming in early. I had already trimmed some of the fat there in terms of trying to find line items that are underspent, but I didn't want to go too aggressive my first year here without seeing the lay of the land. So there's that same possibility next year where we could claw back some of that, $1-2 million we didn't need. We will see where it lands next year, but not only do you have the buffer built in, but you have the opportunity to recover some of that 4.4 million as well. Another recovery item, programmatic considerations. Are programs working for us? Is there vendor agreements or curriculums that we want to move away from? Is there a better curriculum that costs the same or maybe even less? Those kind of things are a curriculum and instruction decision and a superintendent decision, but also a contract negotiation piece. We may be able to get more favorable rates on those contracts going forward into a recurring year. Another one's conservative salary projections. Like I said, I ensured that I manually calculated to give us the most conservative and accurate budget to date, outside of us getting this system up and running July 1 and ensuring those are encumbered correctly at the beginning of the fiscal year. Growth in local tax revenue. So that's based on our very conservative growth projections. We did basically trend analysis data for our ad valorem taxes and our fee in lieu. So the ad valorem taxes have the most flexibility to come in higher than the growth projections. We projected 4%. Prior years averaged 6%. I didn't want to just take the average projected growth. I think 4 is fairly conservative going into the environment we're going into in the economy. So 4%, if that's 6, 2% more of a $35 million collection is quite a bit of money. That's at least $750,000, $800,000 you could gain just off of a higher growth projection than we're actually trying to be conservative with. So there is multiple opportunities to get that 4.4 down. I'm not saying we're recovering all 4.4 next year, but it could end up being $2.5, $3 million by the end of the year that we hit to fund balance. So there's a lot of avenues to recover. We're pretty confident, but that's why we really want to get that clean fiscal year of data, get the system re-implemented by our consultant at Infinite Visions, the software provider, make sure that all of our salaries are being input correctly so that we can better provide the data to the board in the future.
Mr. Bennett, what did we borrow from the fund balance last year to balance the budget?
Projected was 3.5. It appears we are not going to need even close to that to balance this year.
Did we recover all that?
We haven't recovered all of it. I haven't done a full analysis of the end of year because we're still paying invoices, so that number changes every time we do an accounts payable run and a payroll run. But it's looking like we're not going to get close to that 3.5. We may end up closer to 2 million based on the favorable collections of revenue. So. And you'll see in the finance report, right now we're projected only to hit fund balance $700,000. I don't imagine that number to stay that low. We still have 2 more months and a lot of invoices to come in year end, but my guesstimate based on accurate purchase orders being open, about 2 million instead of the 3.5. So I know I skipped ahead a couple. I just wanted to show you visually what we discussed about that 4.4 million. So at the bottom, you'll see what that $4.4 million deficit to balance with fund balance equals in mills. So at our current mill value, pre-reassessment, 25.7 mills is what would be needed to balance the budget if we didn't budget it with fund balance. Now, there's still the opportunity, if the board wishes, to take some of those mills. If you wanted to take 2, 3, 5 mills, we could do that. But the administration is recommending no mills and to balance the budget with fund balance. Any questions on that? On the recommendation from the administration? Okay. So another key note here, and this is really important going into the year end, we're kind of slowly creeping towards a interesting environment we haven't seen in at least 4 or 5 years from what I understand, and that's the state budget approval process. They're behind. There's a lot of things going on in the Senate right now. They're working through a lot of different initiatives and bills to pass, but the current state budget has not made it to conference committee yet. That's way later than the normal process. We're usually looking at an approved budget by either this week or next, but it's not looking like that's going to happen. So the state may require a continuing resolution. If that's the case, we plan to move forward with the current process and make adjustments as needed as we go into those final approval sessions. So we plan to react if any of the numbers change from the projected, but we currently have the current budget on the floor loaded in as our expected revenue from the state. And we will react as necessary if anything happens going into the end of June if they don't have it approved by then. But I wanted the board to be aware that we're sneaking towards that continuing resolution being a possibility, and I wanted to make sure y'all were aware of it. So, outside of questions, that's kind of all I had for the explanation of a recommendation and where the budget sits. Is there any specific questions or anything you want to get into? Okay. That is all I have for item A.
Are we trying to call for a motion now, or are we going to do the executive session?
This here now is action.
And
You can choose to wait. You can choose to, vote on that after executive session if you want to. You can table it until after executive session.
I was asking Dr. Fitzpatrick because it is now time to make a motion whether or not we accept the first reading of the budget. But if you, as board members, would like to have a discussion in executive session, we can make a motion to table this until after executive session. So either we can open it up for some discussion right now, or we can make a motion to accept it, or we can make a motion to table until after executive session.
I'll make a motion, we table to after the executive session.
Motion, Mr. Greer.
Second.
Second, Ms. Shippey. All those in favor of tabling it until,
Quick
I'm
question
sorry,
on that,
discussion?
on that point. What would be, would it be to discuss specific, specific employees as related to the budget? Is that the reason why we need to take it up in executive session? We will need to state specifically why we go take it up.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Okay, so I just want to be clear about that.
Okay, then. So do you need to make that motion again?
I make a motion that we table this to discuss future jobs, positions, and employees in executive session.
Motion, Mr. Greer.
Second.
Second, Ms. Shippey. All those in favor? That's unanimous. So that is tabled until after executive session. We will move on to approve capital projects.
Okay. So capital project budget, you should have a copy of the final. There was no changes to what you were sent originally. This is based on requests from the schools, requests from the departments, and as a part of our 5-year capital plan ongoing effort. There is large ticket items you're not going to see in this capital budget, and that is items that we're going to see executed under the Schneider Electric Energy Performance Contract, including HVAC, ductwork, building envelope repairs, as well as many other small items that are deferred maintenance required by the schools. That's going to be a part of a larger effort to save funds for the district. that impacts both the general fund and our capital plan, and that will come this fall after the energy audit is complete by Schneider Electric in September. Now, line item discussion, is there any discussions on any of these specific items in the budget?
I had one about the wrestling mat. Is
Okay.
that the one Grumman requested? Okay. Thank y'all.
Yeah, no problem.
Mr. Pettit, I just have a question about the total.
Yes.
The 9.5,
Mm-hmm.
that's much larger than what we typically have available this
Mhm.
time of year for capital projects. Can you speak to that? Typically, we have about 2.83 million.
We have about 6 in total when you
For this-
account for our annual bonds, the capital budget. Yeah, we issue typically annual maintenance bonds and to the amount of about 6 million, and we net somewhere in the 5 to 5.5 million in post proceeds to our attorneys and everything after the bonds. So we're $3.5 to $4 million higher than our typical annual budget for capital. That basically is a timing situation.
Okay.
The timing of when we could issue these bonds were favorable to issue a larger amount going into a potential special obligation bond for the energy performance contract this fall. So it really came down to timing. We will go back to the levels you're used to seeing in future years, next year, year after, that $6 million, $5.5 million range. This is just that one-time timing favorability of our debt service fund to absorb a higher bond issuance to cover kind of a lot of deferred needs. So,
Maybe we put some in reserve in the past. But I thought we usually approve about $3 million in capital projects.
in approved projects, I think
Approved
the rest of it exists in miscellaneous capital, the rest of that
Oh,
5.5 to
okay,
6
all
million.
right.
Yeah.
I got you, that makes
Where in
sense.
this case, we have about 792. We really tried to stretch this for a lot of these projects, but we do still have a miscellaneous capital line of about $800,000 in this.
So that's not gonna cover the HVAC situation, or will?
Yeah, none of this will cover HVAC
No.
replacements. The HVAC replacements are gonna be rolled into the energy performance contract.
Now, I don't see all the schools listed here. Did they not submit any requests, or these were just a priority?
These were priority, but also not every single school submitted a capital request. Yeah.
I got a question.
Mhm.
Knee wall at the softball field, $100,000. We just spent $11 million on 4 fields. Why would we need to spend $100,000 on a field that ain't even a year old?
Are we talking about the
Gaffney.
Gaffney? Okay.
I can
Care to answer?
Yeah, so part of the architectural contract reads errors and omissions. And so a knee wall was omitted out of the drawings for the Gaffney softball field. So basically what you have, Mr. Surratt, is when a ball comes back, it's just a net from the ground up. So there's tripping hazards, everything like that that are associated with that. By putting that knee wall in place, that will help to remedy that solution.
Well, that's a bad error.
Yes, it is.
I have,
Should have had that instead of them stadium bleachers. Also, Dr. Fitzpatrick, maybe you can answer this, or maybe Mr. Blank can answer. The band storage facility, I know we just spent, we went way over budget on that band room, and in doing that, they supposed to have adequate storage, adequate space, so why are we spending $120,000 on a storage
So
facility?
that's at both sites, Gaffney and Blacksburg storage buildings. At Blacksburg, I believe that there are pieces kept at home.
Yeah, now Blacksburg needed it.
But I can get Blacksburg, we
So-
need to
Yeah,
spend
Blacksburg-
$4 million
So with that,
on
so
a
what we're
project.
talking about is, like, instrument storage, Gaffney High has plenty of space for instrument storage. It is not for instruments, it is for their competition pieces. So all those large pieces that they put in place when they have a competition for storage purposes of that, it would be a place to house that.
because there's 120 at Gaffney and 120 at Blacksburg,
Yes, ma'am.
with places.
Yes, ma'am.
I was gonna ask the same thing about
Yeah, I mean, 'cause
Gaffney.
we just spent.
No, I'm with you. So, but we have the capability of storing instruments and all that type of equipment, but when you're talking about showcase.
Like props?
Right.
Props, that's what you're
Right, all
saying.
the props that go along with that, you have to have an adequate place to store them.
So what kind of storage is it?
It's a metal fabricated building, with at least 11-foot high ceilings inside so that those props can stand up and not have to fall to the ground, things like that.
And I can speak on the van, if you
Mr. Head. Thank you.
Will that alleviate the trailer?
Yes, so right now, you have the old overnight trailer that's over there we're gonna have to get hauled off somehow, some way.
Yeah.
That used to be used as a storage facility. They are constantly running back and forth to get things, and this would put everything in one location outside of District and get your house in the school.
And this was just an oversight initially?
Ms. Shippey, I can't truly speak to that. I know that I feel like it's a need for both schools, to be able to take care of that.
In Gaffney, you gonna put it right outside of there, in Blacksburg, where you gonna
So
put it?
no, so at Gaffney, it's gonna be at the far end of the track.
Okay.
And what I would say is first and second turn. And then in Blacksburg, across the street in that gravel parking lot.
Okay.
Is where what Mr. Molinax identified as a possible site for him.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Blank.
Did we not ever, I thought we approved one time to have that gravel parking lot paved. Did we not?
I don't know the answer.
There ain't a gravel parking lot in front of the school. The gravel's on the side.
It's on the side, if you're facing the school, the far left
Right.
side of the school, that gravel parking
Yeah.
lot over there. That's-
I thought we were gonna pave that at one time.
Mr. Billy, how often do we do that iPad refresh and transition?
As far as you're referring to in the capital project?
Yes, that $2 million.
This is new. Right now, elementary schools were slated to do Chromebook refresh this year as part of the 5-year project.
Okay.
Instead of moving into Chromebook, I spoke with the cabinet and Dr. Fitzpatrick and several teachers and came to the realization that Chromebooks really are not, in my opinion, the future. They don't teach the kids anything. They teach them how to use a web browser. So when a child leaves here, they never pick up a Chromebook. They don't go buy a Chromebook when they leave here. They go buy an iPad, they buy a computer. We're teaching them how to use a web browser, that's it. By moving to iPads, we can leverage what the Apple has built in for collaboration and a little more ease of use, and also a tool that a child is likely already using or is going to use when they leave here. So the difference, the total cost was a little bit more by going with the Apple product, but it also, we're rolling into the staff refresh was supposed to be next year for everybody across the board. We would be refreshing the teachers and the principals this year with MacBooks. So they would get the MacBooks and an iPad, and the students would get iPads. 3rd through 5th would get, 2nd through 5th would get iPads with keyboards. Kindergarten and 1st would get iPads with cases, similar to what they have now. The cost is higher a little bit, but we were in the process of doing an elementary Chromebook refresh anyhow. So that money that we were going to have to spend was rolled into the iPad project because in my opinion, and others when we investigated it and looked into it, it wasn't just something we decided. We brought in teachers and principals and got their input, is that it's a tool that is a much better learning tool for students to help them learn more than just how to use a web browser. There's a lot more opportunity for, like I said, collaboration, apps that are designed for K through 5 to use, and for the teachers to get more involved with the students. I don't want to say teachers all sit behind a desk, please don't misunderstand me, I don't mean that. But the iPad will give them the opportunity to interact more with the class and move around the class by presenting what they're doing on the iPad, putting on the board, collaborating with the students through Apple Classroom, which allows them, similar to Dino, if you're familiar with the tool that we now use that allows the teachers to see what the students are doing. Apple Classroom will do that, but it also it integrates better with the iPads and what they're doing. So the iPads, we did have iPads in kindergarten and first grade, but what we're doing is expanding that into 1-to-1 for kindergarten and first grade, and a 1-to-1 all the way into 5th grade for iPads for all elementary. So we would be removing the Chromebooks out of the elementary school and then moving into an iPads for them. So the cost is, a lot of your additional cost is coming from going ahead and refreshing the teacher devices now instead of next year, is part of that. Because it doesn't make sense for the teachers not to have a device that when the students are using the iPads. They need something that they can interact with them properly with. If they're using a Windows device or they're using an old device, then it kind of hobbles the teacher from being able to expand that learning environment and collaborate with those students.
And the iPad is compatible with the boards used in the classroom?
Yes, ma'am. And it will connect to the Promethean panels, just like the laptops do. We have the panels in the kindergarten and first grade classes now that use the iPads. So the teachers are using, some of them are using iPads in those, because we have the iPad Pro, I think it was, for the kindergarten and first grade classes. So the teachers will now have the MacBook as opposed to a Windows device, and they also have the iPad, so that they're gonna end up with 2 devices. But honestly, with the new cost of what's called the MacBook Neo, that device is only $500, which a Lenovo laptop, if we were to go buy one, was gonna be about $1,000. So we're able to give them an iPad and a MacBook for roughly the cost of what it was going to cost us for a Lenovo device.
Okay.
So, and it gives them the opportunity to use a lot more of the tools that Apple has built in for collaboration and learning and that type of thing. Instead of just, okay, here's a Chromebook and a web browser, which is all it does. But you can still run iReady on it, you can still do all that stuff that you can do, testing for DRC, all that, and WEDA still works on it. It's a different application we have to download, but all of that still works because it will still run the browser apps that they're using, but now they can leverage all the apps that Apple and the iPad has to create a better collaborative classroom.
Will they be loaded with like Microsoft Word, or will it be like, I'm trying to think, Pages and like Apple's versions of those, or will they actually be loaded with the things that like Outlook, where their emails are?
The teachers will have the Apple can either run through the web, we have Office 365 through the web, or they can download it onto the MacBook. For the students, it'll be the same. They can use the Outlook through the web, or they can use what's built into Apple. Few of those decisions we still have to nail down, but and that's one of the things where over the summer we plan to get with some of the teachers and have them kind of look at what apps they think are going to be best for them, so that we can roll this out. The hope is everything will be in here by the beginning of the year, but we can't guarantee that from Apple. Unfortunately, I actually sent all this stuff is working. So if everything goes as planned, we'll have all those devices in and ready at the beginning of the school year when the students return, and we'll have those devices in the teachers' hands before they return. So the plan would be that we could get those MacBooks into the teachers' hands sometime in July. Once they're in and we're ready, we could then let the teachers know, hey, you can come pick this up. We can get them transferred over, and they can use that MacBook and go ahead and start learning and going through some of the Apple teacher certification courses, that type of stuff. Plus, we've already talked with Apple, and one of the things we told them from the get-go was, this is pointless if we don't have training for the teachers, because the teachers never received any training on the Chromebooks. It was, here's a Chromebook, and that was it. And or the teachers had the laptops, they were just, I hate to say thrown, but because of the situation that happened with a lot of school districts, Chromebooks were essentially just thrown at the students in order to get them a device to use at home. And the point is, we don't want that for this. It defeats the purpose if that's what we end up going with it. And so we plan for training for the teachers, and with in the quote, there's Apple, you'll forgive me, I don't remember the term, but essentially it's Apple training. And we would have training that first week they come back, but then we also have the ability to have an Apple technician or trainer on site several times, several days, like 2 days a quarter, I believe it is, that they can come on site and do additional training for those things.
That'd be huge, because if you're not used to an Apple, it takes a transition. But
Yes.
once they transition, I promise you they won't.
Yes, it does, I agree. And that's the whole point of what we've been, when we were talking about it, is we have to have the training. And that's also why we'd like to get the devices in the hands of the teachers before they come back, so they have a chance to learn it and play with it a little bit before they come back.
I'll let the students train.
Is this part of a larger plan to move to Apple devices in the middle and high school?
It's a
grades as
possible,
well?
but this is more a chance to give, right now it's a chance to give students in the elementary schools who I think will benefit much more from that collaboration aspect. And the Apple is a little bit, let's be honest, half the kids probably have an iPad or some type of tablet at home that they're using. It's going to give them a familiarity to it, but it's also going to give them the ability to do more with it. Whether we expand or not is essentially going to be up to curriculum and Dr. Fitzpatrick if we expand this into the other grades. I know several districts around here have expanded into the other grades. I think it was Spark 2, it just went from K-5, now they're going K-12. Clover is going from MacBooks in the high school to iPads in the high schools. Spark 7 has been Apple for a while, but you're seeing a lot of that happen now, because Apple's making a big push by keeping the cost of their devices low into education, because they're really trying to bring that design and that collaboration to students, because they know that that's what people are looking for, because Chromebooks, like I said, to me, they're just not a really good learning tool. A child learns how to use a web browser, which they could learn that on a phone. And this way, it gives them a chance to use some tools and some collaboration tools that, and I'll be happy to, I mean, I can get Apple in here there if you would like to give you a kind of a once-over on what it's gonna look like and some of the opportunities that they'd have. That would not be a problem at all.
And Billy, in addition to the innovation and engagement piece for students, because that's what we're here for.
Yes, sir.
Students, and so in addition to that, when you think about the financial piece, the Chromebook refresh versus the Apple rollout, and the difference in a little higher cost now versus when we try to sell back Chromebooks,
Right.
what we get for Chromebooks versus what we get from Apple products is going to be much higher for Apple products on the back end, and so, you know, we will gain finances.
Thank you, sir, and I should have said that. So yes, a Chromebook, when we resell a Chromebook, if we get $2 or $3 for it, we got a good deal. Because really you end up selling the recycle for just weight. That's the weight of the materials in it, which is usually pennies, you know, on a dollar. Whereas Apple, and the plan we're looking at is where they would refresh every 3 to 4 years, depending on long term, once we get in place. You're talking an iPad, if you resell an iPad at year 3, 60, 80, maybe $100 on that device, that, you know, in that range, as opposed to $5 or $2. So that money can then be rolled back into the cost to help offset the cost long term.
Does that include some kind of protective case?
The students' cases in K1 will have the cases that we have now that we started buying last year, and they're like a ruggedized case. For the students in 2 through 5, the case is a keyboard case, so I don't know if you're familiar with it. It has the case that has on the back side, and the keyboard rolls up, lays over it, and then a magnetic kind of little clip on the back, so, and that's the case for it. And they have the little rubberized edges. So it's not rugged, but does have like a little case for it.
I have one more question. What all kind of rolls into that miscellaneous capital project? Because that's a very specific number when you get down to $792,154.24. So what kind of rolls in there? They don't sound like just a rounded number.
So it actually is the difference between all the projects and the available bond proceeds.
Okay.
So there's basically $792,000 left that does not have a project against it from the bond proceeds. And historically, miscellaneous is anything that comes up in the fiscal year, that we have to react to it. Plumbing issue needs an immediate contractor, leakage, alarm system went out mid-year, that's already all the miscellaneous capital pretty much. So it's basically a reactive line, which we've had historically to address things that come up that we didn't think about in the planning phase.
All right, thank you.
One other quick question, the remodel on the mobile units of car rent, the school had a hand in that, getting what they want in that, or is that just something the district's gonna do, or will y'all advise them on what they gonna do so it benefits the school with the teachers is gonna be in the mobile units?
You wanna speak to it?
So the units are forward, right?
Yep.
So we already did the outside painting, everything else with the remodel is redo the inside, try to make a better learning environment for the children. The HVAC has a few, main plates we replaced over the years. There's just a refresh of the whole inside for the learning environment of the children. They've been there forever.
Yeah, I'm all for it. I just wonder specifically if the teachers have any requests, maybe y'all could just get with them and make sure it suits what they need if we're gonna spend that much money.
Ms. Allison, if she can work to get them in the building for in the mobile units, that's always a plus too, but with the student headcount, we have to push them to the mobile units. Like that's something nice.
Yeah, I agree. I just wonder if we're just making sure that the upgrades we're gonna do, that they're gonna be useful and they'll want them, and we're gonna spend that money, make sure it's well spent.
Yeah.
The Blacksburg land acquisition, I know we gave you permission to talk to them. Do we want to talk about that, or?
That's still working on it. The agent's still, working to get a price, and then it's gonna bring it back to us.
Okay, so that's not in stone?
No,
Okay.
that's still working on.
Okay.
That is a work in progress.
Okay.
So you think it may be more than this 1.5 mil or less?
We actually took the estimated acreage need for that school and took it to the fair market value, and that's where the budget line was at.
Okay.
So that would be based on the amount of acres that we would minimum need, or actually preferred need, versus, and times the market rate is exactly what the budget line is. So.
And hopefully, the negotiating skills of the person working on it, you know, get it lower.
Okay.
Any other questions on individual lines of capital? Okay, that's all I had for the capital fiscal year 27 budget.
We need to approve those, correct?
Yes.
Okay, at this time, I ask for a motion to either approve capital projects or, well, I guess we just ask for a motion to approve capital projects for 2026, 2027.
I'll make the motion to approve capital projects for 2026, 2027.
Motion, Mr. Matt B.
Second.
Second, Mr. Surratt. Any questions or discussions? All those in favor? That is unanimous. Okay.
The next action item C, is to renew the incentive for the fiscal year 26-27 special education aides serving in intensive one-on-one. And those aides received a $5,000 bonus. And so this action item is to renew that bonus for those teachers, renew that incentive.
Ms. Westmoreland, how many do we have this year?
Upwards of 33.
And they finally, Ms. Westmoreland, on the school level, got that straightened out to where they wouldn't pulling people in to help. Thank you, Ms. Westmoreland.
That makes a difference.
Oh, yeah, I remember you talked about it. I make a motion, we renew the incentive for fiscal year 26-27 for special education aides serving in intensive one-on-one.
I'll second.
Motion, Mr. Surratt, second, Mr. Matt B. All those in favor? That's unanimous.
Mr. Chair, the next item is action item D, and that is a request to approve the WZZQ broadcast of athletic and special events for the school district.
Okay, this is just a motion to allow WZZQ to continue broadcasting at our athletic and special events. So anyone with a motion?
I'll make a motion to continue the WZZQ request to broadcast athletic and special events for our district.
Motion, Ms. Gallman.
Second.
Second, Ms. Shackelford. All those in favor? That's unanimous. Down to our impact study.
All right, next item, action item E, is approval of the impact fee study. And we think about impact fees and new developments. The county is growing, and with Act 388 on your first home primary residence, then you aren't taxed for money for the general fund. And so looking at impact fees will be on those new developments, not current, but new developments that are approved to have a certain amount go to the school district on each home in those developments to kind of offset, what we lost with 388 and provide additional funding for our school district to run on our general fund. And that study will be done by Tish LeBice, and you guys have a copy of the study. Tish LeBice is leading impact fee group around the country, and they have a proposal here for you to look at and to approve the study for the impact fee. Now, the study may come back and say, well, in Cherokee County, it doesn't make sense to do it. The study may come back and say in Cherokee County, it will provide funding that will help with capital projects in the future.
And did I see in there that the cost of that study was like $42,000, $42,000?
$41,800.
Okay. So all we are approving tonight is for this company to move forward with the study.
Conduct the impact fee study. Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
So I ask for a motion for Tischler Bice to conduct an impact fee study. And again, the amount was for $41,800.
I'll make a motion to hire Tischler Bice to conduct an impact study for our district, for our county.
Motion, Ms. Gallman.
I'll second.
Second, Mr. Cash. All those in favor?
I have a quick question.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I'm sorry. Discussion and
It's all right.
questions.
And we went through the appropriate procurement process, or is this a special case where not many firms do this type of work? Just wanted to.
So this is an exemption that
Okay.
requires board approval. So we're basically approving the exemption of the procurement process, which we do for all of our exemptions. However, this one specifically calls for a board approval of this exemption to conduct the study.
Okay.
Did that answer your question, Ms.
Why
Shackelford?
would it be exempt?
There's a list that the board approves in conjunction with the procurement code of exempt purchase
Okay.
services and supplies.
Okay.
This is one of them, but it has a specific board approval on it. There's several exemptions that do not have board approval because it was already approved on the front end, but this specific exemption requires it. So,
Okay.
So we have a motion and a second. Any other questions? All those in favor? That's unanimous. I'm sorry. That is Mr. Surratt, Ms. Gallman, myself, Ms. Shackelford, Mr. McBee, Mr. Greer, and Mr. Cash. Those not in favor? Ms. Shippey. So the vote carries with the majority. Superintendent's report.
All right, superintendent's report. First up is our monthly finance report.
So our monthly finance report, I kind of got into it a little bit during the first reading, to kind of talk about fund balance and where it sits. You'll see some outliers here on the variances, and one of those is our operating expenses. So we're only at 68% roughly expended in our operating expenses. And if you compare it to where we are in our salaries and fringe, which are right in target in terms of the overall budget, we're under about 16, 17%. Now, we will make up ground. The last 2 months of a fiscal year, you always get those lingering invoices, reaching out to vendors, closing purchase orders. But we do see that there is a potential that we will not expend all of that operating budget, which would free up the projected fund balance of $3.5 million down to what I discussed, closer to $2 million potentially in actual fund balance for the end of the year budget. Through April 30th, we've collected $25,400,000 in ad valorem. Why that looks low is because it's offset by the delinquent tax refund, and then the actual delinquent tax payment is much higher than the refund. So you're basically flipping the delinquent collections line with the ad valorem, and if you combine them both, we are actually coming in right at or slightly above where we projected to be at the beginning of the year collection. So we're going to have a favorable collections that appears going into these last 2 months of reported revenue. As far as our supply and services breakout, you'll see the variances there. No outliers outside of what I discussed. The overall budget just hasn't been expended to the extent the budget was approved for in that operating budget. So there's still about $6 million on the table, and that's $6 million that could be spent in open purchase orders by the end of the year or any expenditures that come up for renewals. There's nothing significant to discuss here unless there's questions on the object breakout for services and supplies. Is there any questions?
Just a comment, I love how you do this. Again, I know I've already mentioned that one time. I love, it's just such a much better visual for us to see.
Thank you. That's all I have.
All right. Next, human resources, Dr. Smith.
No report.
Next is operations. Dr. Blanton's going to update us on the road beside Blacksburg Middle School going to the softball field, and also the requested net at Blacksburg High School to stop balls from going into the residence there. So he will, that's part of his report, so go ahead.
I hope my microphone tomorrow night's a lot better than this one. So real quick, Blacksburg High School baseball field. We have a neighbor that we have balls going into their yards with foul balls. Obviously, we want to be a good neighbor for that. So we met out there with Thompson Turner, who were our construction company for doing Gaffney and Blacksburg. And we also had our Skisbit person out there, and I had administration from Blacksburg High out there as well. Talked to them. Part of the problem is that Duke Energy has a power line running on the first base side on top of the hill, which we are working with them in determining whether we would have to go underground with that line or not. If we have to go underground with that power line, that's approximately 250 feet that we would have to bury. Within that, we also have a row of trees on top of the hill as well. Part of those trees reside on our property and part reside on the neighbor's property. So where we are at with this is, first of all, we got to get a cost from Duke Power, how much it's going to cost for us to bury the line. Secondly, we would have to complete a survey, and then from there, Thompson and Turner would give us the options of what we could do as far as going on top of the hill to put a, I say a fence, it's more of a netting type system like what's currently at the ball fields now. But that's where we're at with that. So we should be hearing from Duke Energy this week to get that, and we'll get that information to you guys. But everything's kind of like a domino effect with this. We have to wait on one thing before we can go to the next, because what we don't want to do is incur cost of getting a survey, and they say that it's $1 million to bury those lines. So we are on a wait and see process with that, but I have been in communication with the homeowner to let him know where we're at with that.
Was that not included in that? I thought we had at some point, it was a discussion about including a net for that area.
I believe that there was. Now, I wasn't in the role that I'm in now, right? But I believe there was discussion.
Right.
I don't know, that was a former administration that was here, so I don't know if the cost prohibited them from moving further along with that. So, but as Dr. Fitzpatrick and I talked about, we're ultimately going to try to be the best neighbors that we possibly can be. And so we're just waiting on those numbers to come back.
Okay.
The second piece is the road that it goes behind Blacksburg Middle to the Blacksburg softball field. Obviously, that's a one-lane road. It is owned by the county. Mr. Miller, myself, and a representative from the county met out there about a month or so ago, and just trying to get updates from the county. Merv Bishop, the county administrator, emailed me back, and I just want to read some of the highlights from his email. He said, we would need to inform council about this and possibly provide a couple of options for them to consider. The county must carefully prioritize projects that provide the greatest overall public benefit to county-wide impact. So he said one of the options would be to let the county abandon the road and allow the school district to facilitate right-of-way acquisitions of that, and for the project and performing the widening to separate the Cherokee County government, since that drive the only services the new facility at the middle school past the residents. So I think there's 2 or 3 houses there that would have to be accommodated by the county. Another option would be to create an agreement between the county and the school district where the county surveys and enters right-of-way acquisitions, negotiations with the private property owners. Then the results of those negotiations and surveys would be reimbursed by the school district. The second part of the agreement would be that the county creates a plan and executes the grading and widening paving, and the school district reimburses the count for the amount in plan development and project costs. So essentially what they're saying is this agreement would be between the school district and the county, for the county to keep ownership and maintain the system, but the school district would reimburse for the total cost associated with those projects. He said at this time he could not provide us a cost because they would have to buy the land to account for the widening of the road, because I believe there's a minimum linear footage across that. I think right now it is currently at 12. And Mitch, am I right? Is it 20 feet that it's got to be?
20 feet for that right away from the fire department.
Okay. But, so the county knows that they're in violation of that but it's what they're gonna do to try to service that, and that would be something that will have to go before county council. Questions?
It's always been so tight.
It's
through there.
tight, for
So
sure.
tight.
For sure. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Blake. Next, student services.
I'm going to give you guys a recap of our IDEA audit that we just got back from September. We had quite a few commendations. I've got far enough back, thank you though. We have quite a few commendations that the State Department provided to us. The continuum of services that we provide for special education across the district, they were very proud of what we offer. The collaboration between special education and general education teachers, they were proud of. And ensuring that our kids are in their least restrictive environment, which means our students with disabilities, even our students with significant disabilities, are in the general education program absolutely as much as possible. They said that our percentages were some of the highest in the state for inclusive practices. Academic strengths, when we're scored as far as testing in special education, we are scored in 4th grade and 8th grade and EOCs. So it's not like you're scored across every grade that is assessed. We had significant, they noted significant growth in 4th grade ELA, and we have one of the top percentages in the state for college and career readiness for our students with disabilities. They identified that all of our IDEA policies and procedures met compliance rules and were in place. They interviewed parents as part of this process, and through those interviews, all the parents that were interviewed said that they felt like they were a part of the decision, and that they always felt supported and felt like they were a part of the team when making decisions for their students. When the special education teachers and general education teachers completed their survey, they felt like they were supported at the district level and the school level for implementation of what should happen in their classrooms. They had suggestions in 2 areas, which is pretty good for an audit to have gone from, the last one was 13 years ago. So 2 areas to improve is the compliance within the IEP. If you've ever written an IEP, probably the only one is Ms. Gallman. If you've ever written an IEP, you know that there's lots of data points that are for compliance within the IEP. It's about 52. And so just to continue to make sure that we are honoring the compliance that should be there within IEP development. That is difficult at best to make for sure whoever is reviewing that is that we're meeting all 52 perfectly. And also to continue to work with disciplinary practices. We are suspending students with disabilities at a higher rate than our non-disabled peers here. That is not uncommon for our county. We have had years where we do really great with it, and then we kind of ebb and flow with that. And also remember, this data, we're basically 2 years in the rear with this data. So you're not talking about last year's data, you're talking about 2 years ago data, and that's how audits work. Any questions?
That's fabulous. Is there a way that we can get a copy of like the highlights from that? I think that's wonderful.
I can get that out. I just can't give the
No.
individual
I mean,
student
just the
reports.
highlights, like.
Wonderful job, Ms. Westmoreland.
Mr. Chair, that's all from the superintendent's report.
Okay. Moving on to item number 10, executive session. Ask for a motion to enter into executive session for personnel matters for the purpose of discussing the employment, discipline, or release of an employee or employees of the district, property matters, student.
Now, if we're going to discuss the budget, that needs to be in there also.
Well, we're discussing those 3 positions,
The
so
3
that is
positions.
part of the employee and the employment piece.
Okay.
I'll go ahead and read it. I make the motion that we enter into executive session for personnel matters for the purpose of discussing the employment, discipline, and release of an employee or employees of the district, property matters, student discipline, legal advice, safety and security developments, and the organizational chart and transition plan.
Thank you, Mr. Cash. Second?
Second.
Second, Mr. Nunnally. All those in favor? We are now in executive session. That's unanimous. Item number 11, action as needed from executive session.
Madam Chair, I would like to make a motion, coming out of executive session, please.
Okay.
That we, extend, or that we make an amendment to the superintendent's contract, that, he be allowed 3 additional months to relocate to Cherokee County permanently.
Okay. We have a motion on the table to extend Dr. Fitzpatrick contract 3 additional months to find permanent residency in Cherokee County. Can I get a second?
Second.
Second, Mr. Surratt. Any discussion or questions?
Is that with or without compensation per month?
That is without the rental portion of compensation that was included in the contract. We were paying a rental fee up to $2,500 per month, so that part of the contract has been fulfilled, and that will come out. It will be fulfilled as of June 30th, so that portion will come out. It's just to extend the amount of time to find a home in Cherokee County, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right. Any other questions or discussion on that? All in favor? That's unanimous. Any other action is needed from executive session?
I make the motion that we approve the 2026-27 general fund budget with the following two changes. We would like to go with scenario 2, which is a 3% salary raise for all employees except for principals and assistant principals, who will receive 4%. And the second change that we would like to make is we'd like to approve of the three positions that were the decision points listed in the proposal. We'd like to only approve the first one, which is the compliance coordinator in student services department.
Motion, Mr. Cash.
Second.
Second, Ms. Gallman. Any questions or discussions?
Just to clarify, Mr. Cash, on your motion, Dr. Fitzpatrick will be included in that, for the administrators, correct? For the administrator increase.
In my motion, Dr. Fitzpatrick would be included in the 3% salary raise.
That's right.
That all employees are getting except for the principals and the assistant principals, who will get 4%.
That's right.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, discussion? So we have a motion with Mr. Cash, second with Ms. Gallman. All those in favor? That's unanimous. Any other items from executive session? If not, we will move on to personnel recommendations.
I make a motion to approve the superintendent's personnel recommendation.
Motion, Mr. Surratt.
Second.
Second, Mr. McBee. All those in favor? That's unanimous. Any announcements? I know Mr. Dr. Fitzpatrick probably want to announce the change about graduation tomorrow.
Oh, yes. Graduation is tomorrow, Tuesday, or it might be the day of the 12th. No, it's tomorrow. Tuesday the 19th. And 6 o'clock at Blacksburg High School, 8 o'clock at Gaffney High School. We look forward to seeing everybody at graduation.
All right. Any other announcements from our board members? Okay.
It'll be one lane, probably around Muncie tomorrow, if you're coming to Blacksburg and if you're leaving Blacksburg to go to Gaffney. Be one lane traffic.
So we need to give plenty of time to travel.
Give yourself a little extra few minutes.
The bus is leaving from the district office at 4:45? Well, you gotta be at 4:45, they're pulling out at 5.
Pulling out at 5.
If you wanna ride the bus, so make sure that you're here if you would like to do that. If not, we pray to meet you there. Hopefully all members can make it. I know Ms. Shippey, her son is graduating this year from Gaffney High School, so she may not be there, but all other members, please try to make it to both graduations.
Mr. Greer's daughters graduate from Blacksburg.
Mr. Greer's daughter is graduating from Blacksburg. Well, congratulations to that as well. Absolutely. So he may not make it to Gaffney, so, but make it to both if you possibly can. Let's support our students. We also have Project Search graduation tomorrow at the hospital, that's at 1 p.m. And then we have early college, a reception for those graduates or whatnot here at the district office at 2 p.m. So we got a full day tomorrow, board members. Let's go home and try to get some sleep tonight so we can support our students and their wonderful accomplishments on tomorrow. At this time, I ask for a motion to adjourn.
Make a motion to adjourn.
Motion, Ms. Gallman.